Hey everybody, my name is Eric. I'm making a game. That game is called The Godkiller. It is a game where you solve puzzles, you fight creatures, you run away from things, you figure out mysteries. There's a little bit of story to it. There's actually a lot of story to it, but it's not like you go talk to NPCs and I don't know. The story just happens naturally as you go about your business. That's how I'll put it. You are a woman born into an afterlife, and she doesn't understand what the rules are of this place. Seems maybe like heaven, but no, not quite. And who greets her at the very beginning but God himself? And it turns out he's not what you'd expect. He's kind of a jerk, kind of a bully. And God has plans for this woman. Her name is M. That's the player you control. He wants to integrate her into this society. The God in this world is more directly involved with his creations than probably most people would say in this one. Whether your belief is... I don't know what your beliefs are. It's unlikely that the fictional story in this game will do anything to change your beliefs one way or another, or seem to relate too much with your own faith and beliefs. Myself am agnostic, and it's not a goal of mine to influence people in any way along their religious beliefs. There are some kind of philosophical ideas I like to play with inside of the story. Questions like what if you met God and he was real, definitely real, but you just didn't get along with him? That sums up the whole thing. All right, so I'm going to do a quick demo, and then I'm going to start this Saturday morning with a grab bag session, where I just find little things I want to fix or add and just put them in. And if I wake up a little bit more, I'll move on to something more ambitious. I'm still kind of a little bit mellow. But let me demo to begin with. Yesterday, I threw out a whole level. And I'm not even going to bother to demo because this is not anything that's going to be in the game. It's kind of silly. It's a very narrow corridor. The whole thing is just kind of constrained to a 1 meter wide, a 1 square wide corridor. It just wasn't any fun, and it was confusing to figure out what was going on. It seemed like a creative concept, but in the end I threw it out. So I spent like maybe 3 or 4 hours working on this, getting it to a nearly finished state before I just decided this is garbage, I don't want it in my game. And then I went and I fixed a few small things. And they're not very cool to demo. I guess this level would make a better demo, but it's not actually in the game, so it's not going there, so I don't want to. The things that I fixed is there was a annoying warning that had been with me for probably at least 6 months that was forcing me to turn off my warnings in the console because it just let me see, where is it? It was crying wolf, basically. And then this really cool guy, YFTACH, who knows how to pronounce that. Anyways, that person wrote, finally, after this thing sat for since June, so yeah, about half a year. I asked this about half a year ago. Did my best with as I do with any Stack Overflow question, to put a very clear question in that somebody else could come along later and maybe get some help out of. And this guy, he answered in the same sort of spirit. Kind of detailed, good, solid answer. He said the thing right away I had to do is turn off a setting inside of the project settings for Metal Editor support. Okay. And then he provided an explanation of why it might be a problem. In truth, I think there's a little bug in Unity where they should update this little bit of code to be something more meaningful. I actually did go in and change this code directly. It's Unity code to get rid of this warning, but it's kind of a change you'd have to keep on making again and again as the packages rebuild. So it's not. I don't see an easy way to make it persistent. But he gave me a good indicator of something I could fix. So I fixed that. Also, I added a warning so that if I turn off the prediction guide, which is something I often do while I'm troubleshooting, and then I run my standard level preprocessor in preparation for it to work in the game, it will show in the warning message, predictions are turned off, turn them back on before release. Okay, so that is there. So I just did two little things yesterday and that count as progress, and I did one large thing that doesn't count as progress, which is making this level that I'll throw away. Now I'm going to move on to what I call grab bag. It just means I pick things out of my backlog, usually smaller tasks, and work on them. It's not a bad thing to do when your backlog's getting a little full. It's not a bad thing to do when you're waking up in the morning. I noticed one thing that's not on my backlog, but I think I want to fix it anyways. Okay, so I have a backup script that I wrote, and there's a step at the end where it compares the files on the tape that they were copied to. Not a tape, it's a RDX cartridge. It compares them to the source files, and if any files don't match, it complains. And there's one file that tends to get written it's not a file I need to compare against or even back up, and it's kind of messing up this report. So I'm going to take a look. Let's see. LS temp nightly sync error block. Okay, that one there. Let's see. What does it complain about? All right, so let me the one that I think is going to be a false positive is this lock thing. This other one I suspect might be an issue because of the special characters inside of the file name. The lock is like, maybe there's something with Unity being open and it writes the file in the middle of the backup. So I've seen these DB lock files differ for a long time. They don't seem to me to be important files to backup. So I want to see if I can exclude some files from the rsync comparison. Not rsync, but rdiff, I think. Let's see. Go back to mail. Try to remember where this stuff is actually. CD. Where did I put this? Okay, where did I put this? Mail. 1. Document shell scripts nightly sync. Okay. Q. All right, here's a script I wrote. So So I'm wondering if on the diff command, if there's, yeah, there is a syntax you can use to exclude files. So let me see. Let me see what that syntax is. If I just add on more to it, diff syntax. That doesn't help. Okay, diff syntax. Come on, I just said file open. Oh, file open, file or folder. Okay. Documents, shell scripts. What is this? Documents, shell scripts. Okay, there it is. Let's open that there. Be a lot easier to edit inside of here. Maybe the only thing I'm not sure about is how do I list a number of these together? Is it semicolon separated? Is it multiple RX attributes? Man diff. Oh, I guess it's not RX, it's X. Exclude pat. Exclude files that match pat. Okay. Then I'll need to figure out what pat may include. This is the problem with Unix style documentation. That's kind of like snobby. Read the man. Okay. What can pat be? Is that a regular expression? Obviously, on Unix, it would be certain such and such and pattern. Obviously, that's kind of the spirit of Unix documentation. Complete but asshole-ish. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I'm supposed to do it that way. Oh yeah, got it. So never mind this thing here. It won't really be what I want. Okay, so there's that. Which I think will work. I keep... When I'm in the shell script, I just automatically assume I'm in Vi, and I start doing Vi commands. Alright, so then... See my little backup script? It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Okay, this other one, Vancouver assets, power-ups, full package. This is just the third-party thing. I'm just going to delete that. Okay. Pretty sure that that's just a problem caused by special characters or non-ASCII characters. I could just delete Vancouver work. I pulled everything in from it. Yeah, I'm done with Vancouver work. Now, Coeur d'Alene has got some stuff in it to pull out. These are the separate projects I set up when I go on vacations. When I leave the house, and I don't want to create any conflicts or need to... I don't want to use the same project as the main project because it's just a little bit difficult to keep everything straight. So I just create a new one. Okay, let's just move this to trash. Okay. So I'll see if tonight, if I have any more errors. You know, if there are those ephemeral files that like locks, then I'll just keep on adding them to my exclusion of the diff. Okay, let's grab something else from the backlog. Maybe do my level fixes. Start with Glimsfold. This was a problem here. There was no way to get out of this if you happen to fling over the top. I think that's where it was. Yeah, you could fling from here and you would drop down there. What is the most elegant way to fix this? I think I'll just drop some spikes right here and that should do it. Spikes let you kill yourself, and from there you can keep playing without having to restart. I put it in a spot where you're unlikely to accidentally fling onto it. It's just like a little suicide booth put there for your courtesy. Alright, so that should fix that. Okay, let me fix this one next. Actually, let me do black hole next. The bend is good. I'll have to make a different puzzle for that one, to be honest. Okay, I called it block bunker. It's an interesting level. The trouble I saw was that it's kind of impossible to see that there's this part right here. This might be very non-trivial to fix. I think I'd be satisfied if I could just draw a little more attention to it. So here's my options. Redo this part so that it's not out as far. And that could be pretty tough. That could be really freaking tough. Yeah, wow. Wow. Okay, so suppose I did that. That would mean maybe moving this stuff over here. Which would mean making like a kind of like a thing that you can goes over the top that you could walk through. Okay, and then this door would move over to here. Okay, I'll fix one easy thing right now. It only caused confusion to allow the players to get in over here. So let me take that out. Okay. Route is no longer available. So I can move him over here. A fair amount of redoing of things. That would allow me to move this overhang 2 spaces over. And that would give, I believe it would give a viewpoint on this. Let me just do a course test of that. Let me save right here, because I'm about to do like a really rambunctious movement. Boom, boom, okay, and you. Boom, boom. And then, yeah, you would see, okay, this stuff would also go, dun, dun. This would go, boom, boom. Okay, now, okay, I think you can see it. I think you can see it from top, which is the important thing. Okay, there's still an overhang, but it's not so large that you couldn't see this bit here. Okay, I think that's the way to do it. It's going to be hard. It's probably going to take about an hour to fix that up, but I want this level to be a wonderful thing. I don't want it to be some junky thing that I'm going to say, well, it was almost really good, but there's this one part. I don't want that. This level has a very favorite moment for players in store. Like the playtesters liked when you got inside of the bunker. They liked it. So let me protect the good experience that this level can offer. Okay, I just reverted the changes there. Now begins a process. Might as well get rid of all of the decorations and bring them back in later. Look at this one too. Possible to knock a block. That was before I closed off this though, because you could have gotten a 3 there, then you knocked the 3 this way. It was something like that. Maybe it was. Anyways, it was definitely one of these blocks, and it got off onto the stairs. Taking my backlog items and putting them right into my release notes, which I give to the play testers tomorrow, along with the new build. Okay, bug, black hole. let's look at the pieces. So there's this one. That one's not too bad. That one, I kind of feel like just let's flat out replace it. To make it easier to see what's going on, let's hide some of these walls. Yeah, that's actually a lot easier. Okay, so I know that this guy is coming over. Gotta do the other side too. It's not COVID. It's my normal morning coughs. Okay. So I know I don't want to pull this stuff in because I don't know, it'll make the room claustrophobic. I just want to make a little square around here. I think to do that, I might be able to keep this structure. And let's turn this stuff off too. Add an edge loop in there. So I've got an extra thing to play with. Okay, let me think. Am I extruding? If I'm extruding, I'll get some extra surfaces I probably don't want. Alright, I'm just going to make a new one. I'm realizing that I'll end up spending a little too much time getting this perfect if I don't do that. Okay, floor decorator was removed, so let's just change all this stuff to be zone. There. That way I can see the old structure while I make the new one. Okay, so here I'll just put in the floor. I'll start out by copying it, I think. Not copying it, but creating a new mesh that is in the same space, at least on this side, where it should be the same. And he hasn't been visiting for a while, but I owe some thanks to Evasive Bits for demonstrating this technique to me. Evasive Bits is a stream chatter who was on quite a bit earlier. Okay. So I think I want Okay, so this used to come out here. This will come out to here. There'll still be just a little bit of an overhang. So one thing I gotta be careful about though is don't want this guy to be visible coming around this side, but he won't be, because if you're over here, he will be off in this direction. So that should be fine, actually. Hold on, I think I screwed up at least one thing. Okay, and this, on this side, it should just go out to wherever it was at before. Although I could maybe not go out quite as far. Might be better. Okay. What if I just go out 1, 2? Okay, so if it's like that, oh yeah, I forget, there's this guy down here, he's on a different trajectory, so he will be a little bit closer to this doorway. Since he'll be closer to that doorway, I do need this to come out all the way. Okay. Okay. This part here has to be pulled out. And this comes over. That comes over. Yeah, I'll redo this one. So if you're over here, you can see it. Over here. Can't see it. That's fine. That's about as much of a hint as I needed to give. So the main thing is, after I get all this set up, I need to make sure the level still works. I need to make sure you can't see these guys from the outside. I'm pretty sure you won't be able to, but I need to make sure. Hi, who's this? Hello? Alright, gonna hang up. I feel like there's no reason to answer the phone anymore. There's just no reason. It's never going to be, unless you recognize the contact on it. If you do recognize the contact, then it makes sense. Or the other time to answer is when you're expecting a call from some business or office or something. Other than that, it's just a waste of time. Phone companies have been poor stewards of, phones. They've not looked after their customers very well, and they haven't provided good methods of reducing the garbage traffic on phones. They haven't lobbied for it. They spent all the time worrying about other things instead of the thing that was supposed to be their main product to sell us, their main service. And as a result, all their competitors just provide internet-based means of talking to each other that are better than the phone, better than a telephone call. They didn't innovate. They didn't protect what they had in some meaningful way to keep it good. So, and then, Google, does it have any motivation to fix up its operating system in nice ways that allow people to use phone calls well, despite being barraged by spammers? Don't get me wrong, they got a few features here and there, but they're not the ones that are mainly interested in it. They would rather that you didn't use your phone to make phone calls, that you would use it for other things and work through Google Hangouts calls instead of dialing phone numbers. So I wish the phone companies all the destruction in the world. I wish them all the obsolescence that they've earned. They will be like fax machines pretty soon. Okay, let's move this guy over in the same way. He's a little bit different, but it's basically the same pattern. I could try to mirror this. It really is the same thing. Let's see what ProBuilder will just let me mirror it. I should make a copy of it before I do that operation. It's bizarre how long undos take. Pro Builder. So weary. It probably will complete too. I don't think that's even Pro Builder's fault. You're still going, okay. Let's see, get status. Might as well do a git commit while I'm waiting. There, the undo just completed. Alright, good job. Good job, Pro Builder. Good job, Unity. You made it. Okay, duplicate. And then we'll try this magical feature again. Let's mirror the object. Amazing. Get rid of this guy. No, the other one, the other one, the other one, the other one, the other one. Come on, be nice. There we go. Get rid of you. You come on in. Okay. Get rid of a few things. This no longer matters. I can delete that. Then let's see what is still. There's all that exterior. I'll just end up having to redo that for the most part. Any other ones that are? Yeah, there's one here. This one I can just get rid of. I'll redo it. Okay. Alright, so this one is pretty straightforward. It's just going to mirror the perimeter walls. So let's just go ahead and delete this and redo it. this thing stretches up. And I will need to check how well this thing plays. And basically if I can still do the original solution, and then also I'm not able to see anything I shouldn't be able to see from these angles. But that's good. I like being able to see that. I'll go ahead and fix this to be shiny. It's a weird thing. I made a different texture for that material, and it never puts it in. What is the deal with that? Because this would be a great place to have that texture. Let me see if I can get that texture to work. So this is the thing that's confusing. If I've got that albedo there, why does it not show up? Does it have to do with the normal map? Just say none on the normal map. See what happens. Which one are you? Can't do long names of textures. Can't see anything. Okay, so that's the one that I took the bump map off of. This is weird. What am I missing on that? Open that guy up. Albedo is set there. I thought that was like the texture that would appear. Let me set it to something like totally different. See what happens. Oh, I just forgot something important. Alright. This is annoying. So let me see what happens if I just if I delete it and make a new one, then there'll be some other levels I gotta go back and fix. Actually, nothing I change here seems to change the material. Why don't I go to a different shader just for the hell of it? Standard. Okay, thank you. Brush metal, okay. Standard. Oh, okay, now you're gonna... Weird. The specular setup is quite important to me. Let's take a look at the advanced view. What was the debug view? I forget how to get there now. Ah! Alright. I'm pretty sure I can just make a brand new one and it'll work. Brushed. Okay, there's that. Let's just do okay. Wait a minute. I just dragged that over and it did not show the texture I dragged. Did it? Okay. Let me do that again. This guy here. Okay, there it did it. Okay. So it would have created a new material for me. This stupid stuff here. I can delete. Okay, then it messed up all the stuff on top. But let me just get this thing to work. Normal map. Bring in the normal map. I can also try shiny this guy and just copy material properties and then paste them into something that it's doing is fucking up, so don't do that. It might be the albedo. Okay, let's open this guy, lock this guy, get a new inspector. How do I get a new inspector? New inspector tab. Okay, that's where the debug thing was. Okay, add tab, inspector. Okay, this inspector will be unlocked, and it will be on this guy. Okay, all the stuff I need to do. Specular is white. Oh, interesting. So if I make it all white, okay, now I'm getting somewhere. Now I get it. I didn't know it worked that way, but it does, so. Jesus Christ. Okay. So if I take the specular all the way up to white, it just stops using anything in the texture. Okay, let's get the normal map on. See if this can resemble anything that looks okay. I mean, I wanted it to look all creepy white and everything, or creepy black, but with a little bit of yellow on top. I don't know. I think I need to. I don't want to mess up what this texture looks like, because I do appreciate what it looks like, and I'll save this kind of addition for a different level. Let us change this back. So we'll go shiny, brushed. Okay. This guy here, let's try floor. I think that one. Nope. Okay. That's better. All right, and let's get this switched over as well. Okay, so that should fix up the level. Let's walk around, take a look at it. There, I can see another door down there. I can clearly see it. Okay, there is a problem with the blocks coming through in that northern one. Let me see. What? You're not reloaded? Oh, I gotta move I have to move these spikes too, so that they match the new locations. Otherwise, the 5 is down here. Six is down there. Okay, cool. That seems alright. I mean, that's probably it. Let's put the decorations back on. That looks fine. Just wonder if I want to make this just a little bit brighter. I'll try that. Let's see how it goes. Then there's the dud. Like you hear, and it seems like something should fling out, but nothing does. That's a clue. Okay, everything's working. I will verify the solution. Oh, I screwed up. Although now I'm kind of wondering, is that right? Maybe E should go down here first? Don't remember this kind of hullabaloo. Did I change something? Because if I knock E down here, there's no place for it to go. Yeah, Did I change something? Maybe this wall didn't used to come out to here. Maybe it was in a little bit. Alright, so what's the easiest way to fix this? See what happens if I push E along the top, which could be more interesting anyways. Get stuck. Okay. No, I think I want to fix whatever I did here. Check the other side. For symmetry, it's right. If I go out like that, what does that look like? Trying to see what level it's at. I could just pull this bottom part out. Let me try that. It's a little... No, it will miss that. It won't do anything. It just looks bad. Just looks bad to do that. It's at the expense of clarity of this lower level if I pull that out. Huh. Let's see. Another thing I do is move the E up a little bit. Then you knock it here. But then you're still along this wall. I could put the E in between these two. And then you knock it here, and that comes down. Let me try that. That creates an interesting little puzzle right here too. You're like, how do I get this out of here? If you knock it north, then you get against this wall again. If you knock it south, then that way it's up against another wall. But if you can knock it west, boom, boom, that means you gotta walk in and push in this way, let it respawn there, rebirth there, and Okay, let's try that. Go that way. Also, it's the same problem. You can't get to the east of it from there. Go south. Got nowhere to go but west, and that's just stuck in a corner. So the only way you can go is bam. Now we're back in the game. So that's not bad. You can reckon a little bit. Okay, that gets you in. These guys up on top, when you're inside, they don't actually have any effect on you inside this chamber. Let's see, do I want that? Like you go under the overhang there. I think that's fine. I do note that I don't need it on this side. Even though it is symmetrical, I only need it on this side. Let me make sure the bonus solution still works. If you are someone who likes to work these out on your own, this would count as a spoiler, I imagine. So let's bring Y back down. should do it. I think I'm okay with these overhangs. All right. So that one's done. It's pretty non-trivial. All right, the bend. I think this will be some proper level design. Although I think my working name for it is beards plus chuckers, or beards versus chuckers. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So this whole area over here is the problem. You see what if I fix the problem with the thumbnails or not. Fix that. Grinder needs thumbnail cam in a better spot. Okay, so these dudes will all end up here in a little jail type place for them. Then I was having you jump in there in the middle of them. It's not actually a good puzzle. I think what I'll do is I'll make another puzzle area like this, but I'll make it over on this side. It'll be about getting past chuckers. That's it. That's all you need to do. Alright, these dudes, they don't even have to be here. I can put them off into like a little penitentiary off in some place I don't care about. I'll just do that. Alright, I'm going to take a tiny break and make myself some coffee. Maybe a little breakfast sandwich. I'll be back up here probably 15 minutes. Probably something like that. Back to work, back to work. Well, to be honest, I'm going to munch on my sandwich for a little bit and read a little. Let's see. What would be something interesting? Let's see. Unity forum. Huh. I can't use handwritten shaders? Yeah. This makes me think I'm sticking with built-in for a while. Okay, so I'm thinking, what is the bonus? I think I know what it is. Okay, I'm going to create a little holding area for these dudes off over here. You'll never see it. Then I'll make something else on the right. I could even stick it over here. Let's stick it over here. I'm trying to just find a place that it's definitely not visible in any case, and it's out of the way for where I may want to build, and it also doesn't increase the size of the data structures they're used internally for keeping track of all this. So I think this is a good place that meets all of those criteria. Butterball, what's going on? Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Just doing some odds and ends. Just fixing up a few problems. A little bit later I might try something more ambitious. Okay, so when these guys die, they'll go off over here, and we'll never see them again inside of the level. Over here, I want to make some kind of puzzle. Did you finish the Wheel of Fortune? So I think I know what my trick here will be. We'll do some more of these dudes. The chuckers. No, wrong way. Spike north. Okay. Let's see. I think I want to leave a way to get out of here. That was one complaint I had from the playtesters. So that if you don't... Oh, you've got a way to get out. You just kill yourself on these spikes. Or fall down the pit. Yeah, it only was a problem before because... Okay, because the egg was down here and you would reset the egg. Okay, I do need to wall off this. You can't come in from the other side. So let's do that. And I'm just adding some more rails here just so it looks okay. Just so it looks neat and tidy. Also, I guess, so it makes you stop thinking about potential solutions that involve jumping off from different areas, since that's not really part of it. So I guess I am narrowing the path to the correct solution. West, down, south, I believe. West, down, north, west, down, south. Yep, that's it. West, down, south. Okay. So these dudes are just going to chuck across. The one thing that the player has to figure out is that if they get in front of a block and let the block hit them, they'll die on the spike, but the block will stay in front of it. So if they do that 3 times, they should be good. Or they can try to rush across and come over here if they want. After the first one is compromised by having a block stuck over here. Okay, so that should do it for that. Let me put the decorations back on. So I kind of dislike how plain this wall looks, so I think I will add just a little bit of decoration to it as well. Let's do some edge loops. always forget to put a matching number of edge ellipse in. Let's stick just a few more. Or just one more in. That will match up the pairs. Is that lined up right? Yeah, cool. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah. Let's leave that. That's probably fine. Alright. Maybe let's do the same over here. Well, let's take a look, see what it looks like first. Maybe it just looks really unimpressive and terrible. That's a weird line thing. Oh, I know why. I need to have the floor extend out a little bit further. I don't like that line weight thing. I've seen it pop up on one other level. I don't know what causes it. I'm hoping it goes away in the player. Let me see if the bonus puzzle works. Stupid height maps. That's a weird one. Oh, pre-proc. Okay, unpack. Here, let's turn off the eggs. Get my decoration in. Let's see, what else do I have in here? Needs to be turned off. Pillars. Decorations, come on, let's do some decorations. So this this. Come on. This. I have to select enough objects so I can define a bounding box that will catch them all. I don't want to have a bounding box that includes these tall walls. It just won't look that good. Alright, so then we'll say enclose that and decorate. Oh yeah, this stuff here. So, to make this look a little bit better, I could make this go out. Does that look better? It's dubious. In order to go around the corner, I need to have to add some corner there. That would, yeah, I don't think it's good to go all the way up. Okay. Leave that be. Turn the pillars and eggs back on. All right, let's try this all out again. So let me see also if I've fixed the thumbnail, because that's fucking annoying. Streaming assets, thumbs. This one is beards versus checkers. Okay, that's fixed. Cool. I guess I don't need that ice there. That ice is like a distraction. So go ahead and kill yourself. One down. Shit, you gotta figure a way to get up there though. Makes me wonder if there is a way to get across, because as soon as I step into place, he'll be there. Oh yeah, I thought of a way to do it. I have to add to this a little bit. Okay. Get rid of the ice. So I'll see if I can do this without making it too obvious. If I get rid of this guy, so let's see. If I move a floor over here, what can happen is you stack out onto this side. No, it won't work on that side. That would be an issue. Okay, you have to come here, fling on top of the block so you're one high. That means you can't have these rails. Those are 2 squares high. So why don't I just place all of these with pillars. That'll look like it's a decorative choice instead of a puzzle design choice. Or you know, just some simple walls. Yeah, let me try the pillars. And change this guy. Okay, and the top, I want it to be a floor piece to fit my rules. That if you could land on top of something, it must have a floor space on it. Although maybe I should change them to different floor texture so that they're a little bit easier to figure out. visually to parse what they are. So let's redo that. Doesn't look like B, it looks like A. Well, that one looks okay. It's weird. Okay. I might have to redo that first one. Maybe there's more than one there? Yeah, that's what was going on. Okay. There, now it looks okay. And you should be able to hop over the top once you've got all three down. Okay. That does that one. Please, please, I don't want to see that thick line problem in the player. I'm pretty sure it's some weird interaction with post-processing effects that's caused by the interplay between the thumbnail cam and the regular player cam. But the thumbnail cam is an editor-only object. I think there's some bugs in post-processing that they come up whenever you have more than one camera inside of a scene. All right. Backlog. I'll fix the grinder in a second. New puzzle. The bend. Okay, let's go fix the grinder thumbnail. I think I just never set the thumbnail cam. That's what happened. Okay. I could do a cool far out one. Oh, but you know what? I had a good view over here. Had a real nice view. And it was like she's looking out over a cliff. Yeah, that's the kind of shit. Something like that. That's what I want. So let's align that with the view. Okay, let's do a save. It's warning me about missing predictions. Ah, see? That's helping already. So I can go back to my guide, turn the predictions on. Save again. Okay. Let me double check the predictions are working, because I made a whole bunch of changes to the logic around axles. Okay. This is one of my favorite levels so far that I've made. I hope the playtesters like it. It's got nice puzzles where you can actually see all the elements, but you have to think about how they're going to work together in order to solve the puzzle correctly. So it's got that nice non-obfuscated puzzle. Yeah, so that gives me an idea that I might die if I go north. Okay. I'm going to do the bonus solution. Sorry for spoilers. It's a pretty hard level. Kind of worried it's too hard. Okay, I gotta die to set those back. Alright, so I should fix that one. Okay, that doesn't go in the release notes because that would be for a new level. Okay. Alright, now I'm going to bite off a little more to chew. Axle bugs. I might have to get kind of deep into these. Oh, I gotta fix this one real fast. Let's go to a test level for that one. So if, let's make a little space here. Okay, so if I put the egg on top of everything, okay, so if the egg is the highest thing, it causes a few problems. Well, it causes one problem. Okay. Okay, so it's not finding the top of the egg, and that is probably because it's deciding this is out of the bounds, out of the level bounds. If I look at the level bounds, I can see, yeah, the level bounds are lower. It's this white box here. It's not going up above this, and that's because my code that goes and tries to find bounds on objects, it's doing an insufficient job. It's not looking at all the different cases that could come up. You can get bounds from a renderer. You can also get it from a collider. kind of wonder, like, would the collider code just work anyways? Like if an object has a renderer, maybe let's flip the order. I think collider is the one that is more likely to work in all cases. Default. All right, let's try this. All right, I just saw the collider or the level bounds box go up a little bit, and how's it looking? I don't know why it's gone down that far down there. I'm unsure about that part. Yeah, what is the thing that's making it go down that far? Yeah, I don't get that. If I move this down. Okay, something there. Okay, I'm gonna delete things until the bounding box does something different. So let's delete, 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 delete. Okay, so let's add stuff back in. Let me just put, so now it looks like the bounding box is just not showing around anything, which is fine. Kind of what I expected. was going to check across every single scene. That's terrible. Every single scene, no way to cancel. Alright, while it does that long thing, I'll go down and get another cup of coffee. Be right back. Alright, no missing or broken references found. Okay, so the thing is, There's an annoying thing that ProBuilder does where it won't register the objects as actual real objects until I hit play and restart. So I was trying to see if there's something like if I can just get that to kick in without having to hit play and unplay. That didn't seem to be it. I say rebuild all ProBuilder objects. Okay, so my height diagnostic here. It's not picking up the new object. So if I hit play, if I move off west, I'll go falling through the floor. But I come back in, now it's picked it up. This one has been plaguing me enough times, I wouldn't mind solving it. Tell 19.4.13F1. Can I just copy it? No. 4.13F1. 4.13F1 with ProBuilder. Not 2, 4 something. Four. Let's see if there's an update available. Nope. 4.4.0. Let me make sure that make sure I can do this just by creating a new ProBuilder object. It is doing the thing again too where, oops. Where are you? What am I looking at? Where are you? That's just a little baby. That's a weird size. I think I didn't do that very well. Okay, let's just delete this guy. One. Okay. Build that. Just don't know why the bounds are going way the fuck out there. Okay, so if I hit play and then I come back, then I get the colliders to show up in raycasting. So play and return to editor. Let's see. trying to write in the best way I can to make the question understandable and easy. So we'll say Unity 3D Pro Builder. Really? I could use my new ability to create tags. It's probably not like a... It's not like a large enough thing to make a tag over. Okay. So I'm curious if I've changed the bounding box behavior too much here. I've noticed it's going way down south. Don't understand that. Let me swap this around even one more time. Game object util. We'll have collider be the backup instead. See if it... Or actually here, let's do this. Set this to null. And see if I get a different set of bounds. It's weird. Is it like... Have I changed its behavior? That's the main thing I'm worried about now. One problem I'd like to avoid is having like the coordinates change around on the other levels. But what is it that makes it so large? we go. How many game objects? 14, huh? Oh, there's lighting too. Okay, that worked pretty well. Skip level because it doesn't have a renderer. Wait a minute, what is object bounds? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. I need to change this to something else. Yeah, okay, I do. Alright, cool, I get it. That would be a new change. Now if I come back, there we go. That's what I was expecting. Let me put collider code back in. Okay, that looks good. Let's put egg on there. It's going to do the stupid thing where the collider doesn't pop in until later. Let me try this. Let me try this. Nope. Maybe it's not Pro Builder specific. Because this is not anything related to Pro Builder right here. This is just collider. And it didn't pick up either. Let me try, let's create a new cute. Okay, so that has nothing to do with Pro Builder. It has that same behavior. If I go to the heights diagnostics and I say generate, hit play. Yep, okay. Okay. Let's sit here for a moment. I think it's a problem that has some value for me to solve, but I don't mind letting it sit for a while. Okay, so this is fixed. Wait, did I put the collider back in? I did. Okay, now let me get to something that's important. Let me do the axles. Figure out what the hell's wrong with my axles, and I'll be very rigorous about it. I will start fresh on this problem and just figure out what the hell's going on there. Okay, I'm trying to remember the names. Rotorinth. That was one that had a problem. Let's try Rotorinth out again. Problem was dying after this had been rotated, so let's try that. See if I can get a repro first. I will turn off maximize. Let's do a fresh pre-process since I just changed the algorithm. Might have fixed it. That's looking pretty stable. Let me add back in this other thing I had. So I've got a few to-dos in here. Okay, I'm going to take this out. this might have fixed it, but if it did, then I want to consistently use this on the counterclockwise function as well. Okay, so let me say east spoke sync to north spoke. And south spoke sync to east spoke. West spoke sync to south spoke. And reuse sync to west spoke. Okay, so it's north to temp, east to north, south to east, west to south, temp to west. Okay, can take these out. It feels like there might have been something about, even though it was only used temporarily, setting those values to an instance that was only local to that function. Try this again, make sure everything still works. I think I got it. Okay. I'm going to, before declaring victory on that bug fix, I'm going to go to the other level where I was seeing problems. If I can remember the name of it. It's now easier just to look them up over here. Grand axles. Ah, there's still a bug. Okay. Also, there was some exception somewhere. Let's get to a point of being able to reproduce. back it off one. Clear everything here. Okay, so it's when I went north. That's where I got the assertion. It's reproducible, which is my favorite kind of deuceable. Okay, I will be right back. Gotta get rid of some coffee. So piece puncture defect. This has nothing to do with the axles as far as I can tell. Let me see who might be calling piece puncture defect or creating a new one. I'll set breakpoints for every location. Actually, let me turn off the guides if they're on, because otherwise it's going to be a little bit hard to see everything. Okay, so save that. Let's hit play again, make sure I can still reproduce without predictions being on. Yay, reproduce. Okay, good. Let's make sure the initial exception is exactly the same. Yep. Okay, so I want to see who is creating piece puncture defect and what they're passing to it. Shit, all kinds of stuff. Well, let's do it this way. Set the breakpoint right there. I think I already am attached. Yeah, okay. Then hit run. Okay. So this is the player. The player piece here should definitely have a transform. Yeah. So I'm going to say this one's probably good, but I could be wrong. Are there any other piece puncture defects? There is. This one is in the axle controller, killing M pieces on spikes or spokes. Spoke pieces do not have transforms. Okay, so there's some changes to the code that should happen inside of here. Oh, I think I'm getting it. There could be pieces from other spokes that are present. Okay, got it. That is the thing that's unique about this level, is that it's got a possibility of an axle being rotated so that the spoke from a second axle is in the place where the spoke is for a new axle. I know how to fix it. I know how to fix it. That's fine. Find pieces on spokes. That's the one. And piece. See how it does. Looking pretty good. Oh, except what is this? Oh, something else happened there. Okay. Let me do that again, but I want to get the first problem. So I fixed one bug. Man, I fixed like 4 bugs in the spikes, or in the axles now, over this week. But that's kind of too many. It's at the point where either I am getting close to making them solid elements, or I'm getting close to the point where I need to rewrite them. That's a lot to find so late. I mean, I've had the axles coated for a year or so. I don't think I'm ready to rewrite them. I don't think that's the way to go. But it's a little bit like, if I find more bugs beyond this set here, I might be better off redoing some of the code there. I don't want to, but I might find that that is the best way to go. I don't think I introduced a new bug here. I think I saw this earlier. I don't understand it yet. So there's verify integrity is failing. Okay, let me get to the first place where it fails. And then I'll make a reproducible state. Okay, it has not failed yet. I go north. No problem yet. There's a problem in that I've got no wall there. Probably no M piece there either. Something about the reset didn't work out. I think visually it rotated everything back into place, but I'm thinking this is probably an empty square in the board structure. Then when I come here, okay, I think it has moved M pieces into that square, but there's a problem with the board state being out of sync with what you see in the scene. When I go north, that continues to work. That continues to work. Okay, it's that push there where things fail, but something has failed before I got to those assertions though. I just verify I don't have more than one spoke in the scene. That seems fine. That seems fine. All right, how am I troubleshooting this? Let me write out the problem. Let me double check. Okay. Also, everything's good until I do a reset. Like, I don't think I've seen any problems until I've done a reset, which is another thing that weirds me out. Let me No, never mind. Alright, I'm going to try to reproduce this in the smallest amount of moves that I can, just to make sure I've got it very simple. I'll go ahead and yoink this out, just in case that there's something special about that. Let me copy that out. Okay, in the smallest number of axle interactions possible, I want to reproduce this. Then it goes back. That one's fine. Okay. It might be something a little bit like the reset. God. Something about both of these spokes being inside of this area, and then the reset happens. So let me try this again. So knock that one down. Knock this one through. Okay, I think this is the original thing. Let me think what's actually going to happen here. We will check every spoke, and if that spoke is not in the original orientation, it will rotate it until it's in the original orientation. So it's probably going to do 2 of these. Only 2. That seems pretty easy for me to follow along inside of the yeah. So here it's gonna skip this. Oh shit. I got it. I got it. Okay. Here's my problem. One axle has its spokes removed from the board. It's rotated correctly. Its spokes are added back to the board. In the new location, that spoke is in the same location as it overlaps with the other position where that spoke is. So I need to do something like remove all the spokes for every single axle, rotate all of the axles to their correct locations at one time, and then add all the spokes back in that were missing. That's it. That has to be it. Okay. That's got to be it. It would be more of a mystery why it would work as it currently does than it would be why does this cause a problem. So let me just verify a few things. This should get called 2 times. when I die. Okay. So axle. $16.25. Okay, this is the problem. So I add the spokes back to the board. Yeah, that's the problem. This is just so obviously the problem. I'm glad I'm thinking clear enough to see it. And here's where it fucks up. Okay, but then the question is, did it mess up the structures of the axles, or did it just mess up the walls? Messed up the walls. I'm pretty sure that's it. So I'm guessing that both of these axles are healthy, but the board state is off. So maybe I can leave this as is. But write some code that updates the walls after everything is in its correct position. Let me try that first, because this could be a much simpler change than the first thing I was thinking. And there's something that's gonna reset. Do I have an axle util? What is this? Death util? egg piece, huh? Do I need this to be inside of the egg? Who's calling birth? Yeah, it doesn't really need to go inside of the egg. So we'll say, if not, player piece. Well, here's the problem. As soon as I call this, the player will be alive. Let me add a note here. I don't know. For now, let me not try to refactor every single thing. But I'll say if is player, let's do death util reset axles. It's questionable that I have all this code in here though. Or at least it's questionable I have the reset axles in here, but I don't want to change a whole bunch of things at one time. So let's go death util eggs. let's just make a trivial exit here. Go back to egg piece and we pass in the board and the effects. Let's see. To do refactor to board updater. Doesn't have to do with egg. Alright, let's see how well this does. So this would be the easy way to solve it. It's based on the idea that the only thing that's wrong is that the height map changes that are correlated with the they're associated with the rotations are being lost. So if that theory is correct, and that's the only problem, then this code change should work, and it's fairly minimal. Okay, so there was some kind of problem there. Refresh walls. It didn't like it. It did not like it. Yeah, this is weird. Then later on, let's see if when I call release spoke to pool, I'm putting in a null piece here, and that causes the next error. So I only need to worry about what's up here. Clean up a little bit of garbage. It's dark enough that I can put on my mood light. Okay, so why would remove spoke fail? I think there's a verify integrity thing that I could be adding into the spokes that might help me find the problem. But before I do that, let's go death util. Let's set a breakpoint here. Okay, so before I go into the debugger, there's going to be two axles I care about. Okay, so there's the one. So one here. Let me get the exact coordinates of that one. $12.25.3. This one over here is going to be probably 16.25.3. Yeah. All right. And then the original position of it, I'm making note of that. Get rid of the diagnostic cube. And let's go back to the game. Walk over here. Do I have a breakpoint ready? I do. Okay. Jesus. I guess I want to be into this code down here anyways. So let's go reset. Let's get past this trivial check here. And then, bam. Okay. So which one is this? Is it the left one or the right one? It's 16.25. That's the right one. Okay. So I'm expecting that right now it's got the south spoke enabled. So let's take a look. East, south is present. West is not present. Okay, as it should be. So we remove spokes from the board. I'm going to go down to south. I'm going to remove a spoke. I'm going to remind myself of what actually happens. Okay, it's going to update the board to remove each point in the height map that will correspond to the spoke that's being removed. Okay, it's going to get the piece, and here we'll find. Okay. This is important. Okay, so the first more complicated way I was thinking about doing it is actually what I need to do. I was thinking for a short period of time that the spoke pieces would be set up correctly after all the axles were reset, and then I could just rebuild the walls, but they're going to write over the same squares. They'll write over the same squares, and that means I need to delay adding all the spokes back in until all of them have been rotated. Okay. So you are going to give bad results. That's okay, because I understand why. I could change this to begin reset, complete reset. And here I will not add the spokes back. Go to the death util and I say begin reset. We say complete reset. Let's try that. I definitely want to be done with axles. Okay. Let's see how this does. Should be 2. Yep. Okay. We saw some failed assertions. Let's see what that's about. Oh, it's verify integrity stuff. Because I didn't... Question is, is that a warning I actually need to worry about? Let me instead put the verify integrity inside of here. Oh shit, there's... Okay, yeah, this will fail. Okay, let's keep this at the beginning. Put that back there. What's the thing it's checking? It's saying if we see a spoke in the direction you've described, then we expect to find spoke pieces on the board in the corresponding location. But that will not be true here. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it this way. Take this out. Inside of the axle controller, change this to public. got me some axles. Some working axles. Alright, let me see if I can get into this guy. There we go. Oh, this is wonderful. I was really dreading this. I was dreading it, if I'm honest. Thinking it was going to point me to rewriting. Because there was an earlier session where I was getting some intermittent results. All right. So I gave myself a little to-do in here. Let me do that. So I don't think this really needs to be here. Save that. Board updater. Where are you at? Where are you at? Okay, so I gotta be a little bit careful here. So there's a case where okay, as soon as birth is called, the player will be alive again. That's why I'm storing this in a variable up above. Now I'm thinking about this. Like if there's insufficient moves, are the axles going to get reset? I think they will. So, okay, this would kill the player. And it would be the turn afterwards. Player is still not alive. So this should still be true. Okay. I think this works. Let's try this. Let's make sure it works. I love this particular level when you die and you come to that middle point and you see everything rotating back into place. Looks good. It's got a nice you against the machine moment. Alright. It's like I know what I'm doing or something. So that makes me feel very good. It's not a bug. I know the code's there to handle it later on. If it's an actual bug, I'll deal with it. Okay. So you know what? I fixed the hardest bug I had in my backlog. The hardest bug I knew about. Let's also just remove these. I think this is kind of garbage. Good stats. So I will celebrate. By creating a new level next. It's a weird way to celebrate with more work, but making levels is the funnest work in the project. Okay. Thinking about different concepts. You brainstorm a little bit. That makes me good to fix those axles. It also makes me feel good that even though that code's a little complex, it's still understandable to me, even though most of it I wrote a year and a half ago. So yeah, it's not in bad shape. It's not all crufty. It makes some sense. There's just a lot of code there. It is complex. Okay. Level ideas. Get chuckers to pass blocks over multi-segmented path. level where selected egg matters. Get truckers to throw blocks out to you that you need. Beards stuck in axle maze. This might be the one I should do just in terms of testing the axles to make sure they're good. Have to lead out to unblock axles. Let me do that one, that last one, because it'll be good for just really testing the fuck out of the axles. Alright, I do need to go back to the previous one, make sure the predictions are turned back on. So that was, what was that one called? I was just working with it. Grand axles. Player guide, turn the predictions back on. There we go. Okay, so I'll start by just clearing out the level. Okay. Another thing I'll make in this level is a holding pen, so you can see that if you lead beards into spikes, that they'll be taken out of play, and that will help to some extent for the player to form a strategy. So let me do this. Let's make it real close to the beginning so the player can see it. I'll also make it clear that you yourself cannot go into it. Okay, so put another egg down here. Okay. Okay, so that's north. And let's have the player come out around this way. And I think over here, there'll be one beard that follows you. He'll get killed by walking into a spike, and he'll immediately come down here. So that'll show you right away. That's where they're going. When they die, they're just all going to go right there. Okay, so on this other side, let's bring out a big floor. do a wall over here. I don't want to make it crazy big. I'll leave that one for now at that size. Okay. And then we'll just put grass that you have to walk over. That's what makes the beards unhappy. So you walk out that way. As soon as you step over the grass, the beard's going to be following you around. Then we'll put spikes over here. And okay, I think the way it would work is you got your beard up over here. As soon as you step there, he'll start moving toward you. As soon as you go over here, he'll die. He should come down there. Just to make it really clear that he's going there, let me bring the egg up in this direction so it might be within your field of view. Yeah, okay. I think that makes it clear. So I kind of have to make each level for two different people. The one who is getting through all the levels just to the exit puzzle, and the one who's getting all the bonus puzzles and maybe understands a little bit better what the different parts of the game element behavior are. That said, man, I really dropped a tough puzzle on that more casual player with the grinder. The grinder is... It's tough. I don't want to... I'd be sad to make it easier. I really think it's a nice puzzle. Worst case, I can throw it further out in the game too. It might be that the main exit puzzle for that game is the one that should be the bonus puzzle. And I should find an easier puzzle inside of that level for the casual player. I want some other name besides casual. I don't really mean casual. I mean just somebody who's not so fucking hardcore. Medium core is not a great word. I think that's what I mean. Medium core. The somewhat dedicated puzzle solver. The one who would cross the street to play a puzzle, but maybe not 20 streets. You know. Okay. So now let's figure out, what is this? What is this puzzle? What is this? Let's see. So I think I'll just start by just dropping a ton of axles out here. I won't make them like every interstice is an axle. I think it'll be more interesting if there's some places where there's just normal walls. Making this a little bit larger is fun too. Blondington, what's going on? I'm happy because I fixed the hardest bugs that I knew about today. I took my own advice I gave you a few weeks back, which is, you know, not knock down your backlog before you go on to new stuff. Fix the bugs first. My backlog's pretty clean now. Pretty clean. I've got a handful of bugs. Actually, if we look at the bugs, there's some with the blocks. And that's it. That's where all my bugs are. There's some with these blocks to come back to. And some cosmetic stuff. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I figured out these difficult bugs with the axles. Okay. If I'm gonna make this thing like a really giant, widespread maze, which I like the idea of, then let me put something in the middle to break it up. What have you been up to? Oh, you're going for it. You're making the Minesweeper game. You're doing it in web. Nice. That's cool. That's really neat. Yeah, it's a good choice for a game. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 2, 2. Yes, this is 2, 2. Oh shit! I don't want to be off on this. I got the spacing wrong here. Let's get the spacing corrected. Nice. I have had some pets in my lifetime, yeah. I have a no pet policy at home at the moment. I do not like them stinking up my house. I do not like losing freedom to pets. So let me elaborate a little bit. So I used to, my first wife, I'm on my second wife now at this point. She's great, my second wife. My first wife, pretty good too. Definitely has her strengths. But my first wife, she really wanted a dog, and then she wanted some cats, and neither of us was good at taking care of them. I don't mean like looking after their health and welfare. I mean just clean the litter boxes, taking out the dog to take a crap, and I don't know. There's always some barf on the floor, some shit, some piss. Yeah, it was gross. It's gross. The litter box would pile up and get gross and spill over the sides. It's fucking gross. And when I go to the front door and I got some cats and I open the front door, there's this instinct like, are they going to run in or out? And it's so nice when I finally didn't have pets to walk up to my front door and just kind of not care when I open the door. You know, it's like I don't have to worry about some cat running in or out. And then if I go on a vacation, I don't have to make arrangements. So anyways, I'm not a dog or cat person. I like the animals. I got affection for them, but it's just a pain in the ass for me to take care of them. Makes me feel not free, out of control in my own environment. Like I don't have control in my life. Anyways, you probably asked for some other reason than to hear me rant about my difficulties with pets. But how about you? You like pets? You have pets? Yeah. Fish aren't bad though. I could see looking after a fish. Snake, that's not a bad animal for a pet. Like it's a nice little empathy challenge too. To look at like a little creature that's not all oriented towards you. A dog is like the easiest animal to get empathy with. A cat, a little bit less so. But if you can look at a snake and love that snake, that's a proper challenge. And you can, though, too. It's like you can look at their little eyes and think, what's it like to be a snake? What are you thinking right now? What's the reasons for your movements? You know, stuff like that is kind of fun. Of course, you can never really know what it's like to be a snake or a dog or a cat, but they got like these lizards that I really like a lot. When I see them in the pet store, what are they called? Bearded dragons. They're funny as fuck. Have you ever seen one of these things? Bearded dragon. They look so proud. They're you know. Yeah. I like them. Silly and proud. I mean, but they're not really proud, right? That's anthropomorphizing, but just that thing where they stick their neck up, you know. I mean, they're probably just kind of like, what are they thinking when they got their head up like that? It's like, I've got a good view of everything around me. That's probably what they're thinking. Thinking, it's safe now. I can see what's going on. That's probably what they're thinking, but maybe not in such a detailed fashion. They look silly. Anyways, yeah, snakes. Snakes are kind of cool. I'll tell you one that looks like really great in the pet store, but pain in the fucking ass. Ferrets. Ferrets will destroy your life. And not out of malice, just out of extreme playfulness and curiosity. But you got two options with ferrets. Well, you got three options. First option, just let everything in your house go to shit and be terrorized by them. Just let them get into every damn thing. That's your first option. Second option, keep them in the cage all the time. Except maybe like you could let them out and just hold on to them, but then as soon as you're done holding on to them, you stick them in the cage. Third option, ferret-proof your whole house. Like, it'd be more easy to make your house wheelchair accessible than to ferret-proof it. It'd be more easy to install like elevators and ramps and stuff for wheelchairs than it would be to ferret-proof your fucking house. They get into everything. But I love in a pet store just a big old pile of ferrets. They're so cute. And they're so curious. Lively. Alright, what we got? So I put out one little block here. Let's do a few more kind of raised platform type areas. How big do I want to let this maze remain? I mean, it's kind of fun to make them really big. The problem with levels that are really big is it becomes harder for a player to make a plan inside of it because they can't remember all the stuff from all the places they've been to. All right. right. Okay, first thing I want right at the beginning is a door that you can't open because a beard is in the way. Then you gotta just move him out of the way so that you can open it. To just demonstrate the principle and give the players some early success. There's that. Is she afraid of it, like if you just keep it in your room? Or is she afraid of it just, it's in the house, it freaks me out? Oh, there you go. So if I've got well, see, that's the thing. Wherever your pet choices are, it can't help but be a group decision with your household. It cannot help. That's one thing my wife and I are agreed on as far as pets go, is both of us have got to agree that we're going to get the pet. Here and there you hear about like some joker that just goes and brings home a puppy before talking it over. That's the worst move. That's such a bad thing to do. Let's see. Okay, so if I've got beard up here, let me make sure this works. So you'll probably try to move him this way if you have the chance. But if you just go off in this direction, the beard will follow you. Yeah. Okay, pet snake story. I lived in an apartment complex before my current house, and we had a giant freight elevator, and underneath of the freight elevator, guess what lived there? A python. A full-size fucking python. Like 10 feet long kind of deal. And some people saw it in the hall and freaked out, as they should, and just, go back in the apartment. Then they come back out and where's the pilot? No, it's gone. It's bad. They finally figured out it's underneath the elevator. And then it took months to figure this out. It was somebody's pet that they'd lost, and the python just lived in the elevator until like the animal protection people grabbed it and took it away. I never got to see it. I feel cheated. I didn't get to see it, but yeah. These two people, I like them. They're both really nice, but they're friggin' weird. I think weird in a good way, but I'm kind of like, I don't even know the term anymore. It kind of remind me of like hippies, but hippies isn't really a term people use anymore. Alright, so this guy's here. You can move him this way. It feels a little too easy. Let me instead put him over here. And let's say this wall is going to go out in this direction. I don't know. You sound like you know a little more about snakes than me. Boom. Put that there. Okay. So then you might try to get past this guy, but he's going to be blocking you. If you walked all the way out here, and he followed you, and you fling back in the other direction, you walk back this way. So it's a maze of axles and spokes, but it's also got these beards walking around in it, and they get in your way when you try to move the axles in the way you want to. You have to kind of get them out of your way one way or another. It might be interesting to see if the playtesters are like, "Oh, this is so annoying, I don't like it." Okay, I'll give you an example in a second. Let's keep this one simple. Get rid of, oops. Get rid of this axle. We'll take this. Say. Okay, so I think if I do that, can't open that one. This guy's going to be here. Can lead him off this direction, can fling this way, walk back up, and probably get past. I think it works that way. We'll see. Killed that guy, so he goes down beneath in the holding pen. Okay, so this guy, can't get past him. Can't get past him, can't get past him. He's just blocking my way. But my theory is, if I go this way, fling back, yep, I can just barely do it. Okay, that's not bad, that's just force learning there. Make sure you understand how to... Okay, cool. Another thing you can do is run them into spikes, and then when you run them into spikes, they come down here. So, continuing with that idea, as soon as this goes in this direction, I can put some spikes up here to run him into. So let's do that. Yeah, I would say it's too hard, except that this is like 44 levels into the game. So at this point, I think I'm okay. But that thought crossed my mind, like, is that technique one that the players got at this point in the game? I think probably. I could be wrong. Could always be wrong about these things. And throw some spikes over there, and you can send that guy down to the holding pen, which should be pretty satisfying. So you go throw some spikes there. make sure that works. Oh, I need to let him walk further out in this direction, though. Okay, gotta remember to do that. Gotta give him a little more space. Stupid height map. Thank you, sir. Go sweep some mines. Show me a demo later on if you want. Okay, so this part up here, it started out going north, south. I think the thing I want to do here is create like a trap. Hmm. Okay, there's gonna be some dudes up here that I let in. I want to get them to come down here onto some spikes. In order for that to work, I can rotate this around. Okay, so I get them all chasing me. Knock this one closed behind. Put grass here so you can't lead them down this way. Over here, maybe it's a deal like you come down here, shut it behind you, and then lead them to spikes right here. I think that might work. So let's throw some grass up over here. Okay. So then there's a thing about letting them in. Maybe it's just a kind of a straightforward ambush type thing. Well, there should be a term for this. I use them all the time. It's like a holding cell. No, it's like a ambush catch. It's a place where they don't attack you until after you just walk out in front of them. Let's throw a number in there. It's like too many to get past, basically. And let's stick another axle up ahead. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Axle. West, east, okay. Let me see how many ways there are to get past this. One thing is, if I move them down here before I've got everything set up, I might get stuck. They're going to get gummed up unless I give them some more room. I'll pull this out just a little. I also don't think I need this many here. Let me see what happens if I bring him down without planning out my move. Okay, that's rough. That makes it so I can't get through. Maybe I should just do one, because if there's one, I think I can manage to get past him. even if I bring him down to the grass. Or I could lead them back up. I could make a passage that is for no other reason than just to lead him back up to where he was at. That's probably better. Okay. Then let's make just something that gets that guy back up there. Stupid height map. Should say stupid Unity colliders. Why would you not set them correctly after placing them in the editor? Let's see what else I can do with this guy. Bring him up here. Put that back if I want. I think that works. So one thing I'd like to do is have you do something over here that affects your path in this direction. But you're not allowed to keep, this will be the main path going off around that way, but you're not allowed to do anything except affect that other path when you come up this way. Okay, I think I got it. So you get spikes in position up here. Let's move them off over here. You can move it that way. But you're not going to be able to get out of here because yeah, it could be. Let's do this. Let's use this structure here. Edge loop it. Okay, that makes some sense. I also like the idea of there being something useful you can do with it in this position as well. So for that to work, this would have to be something besides a wall. There'd have to be something you can walk on over here. That's okay, I can come back to that. Okay, so you go up and around, try and set that trap. This guy harasses you. You're making all these things where you draw the guy off to the right and then fling back. But this one will be slightly different because I'll make him a little bit more persistent. So there won't be an easy way to kill him to start. You'll just kind of get by him. But then you'll have to lead him back out so he's chasing you. So he'll come around that side, he'll start chasing you. You can fling out in front of him, he will come along behind you. You'll want to lead him against these spikes that you put here. Whoops. I'm also going to have to see what happens for when you mess up on the solution, if you can get back to the point where you're solving it. Dang it. Okay, so let's say you just come down here, come around there. Right, thumbs off. I forgot to put another beard there. Let's put him in. I put him in the wrong spot. Okay. Still though, I want to try and see if I can get him out of there or something, just for kicks, just to see if I'm doing this right. It's like the blockage should be detected a little bit sooner there. Like, what's it actually hitting on? Oh, that works. It's not bad. You don't have to kill every one of them. Whoa, what happened there? Oh, I can kill him down here if I want. Okay, none of these puzzles were very hard, and that's okay. But I feel like I should probably step it up a little bit. Here's what I'll do. That was okay for an exit level challenge. So I can say, let's let the player out if they got this far. Oops. Let's see, where's a good place? That looks good. I think I'll make a nice set of windows and stuff around everything here too. Guess I'm taking a tiny little break from the puzzle proper to make a nice aesthetic thing in the middle of the level. Nothing wrong with that. windows, blue windows, blue windows, blue windows. Duplicate. And we go up story. Maybe up again. This last one should do it. Ah! No. That wasn't what I asked for, was it? I think something's off. No, that's right, that's right, that's right. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Okay, then I want one more window coming up on this side. Stop it. Okay. I think one thing that could be fun after I've gotten past all this, I keep going, and there's more beards, but an issue is there's an egg nearby them. There's an egg nearby. And the beards keep going to that one instead of the one you'd like them to go to. So the insight you must have is, instead of just killing them, you need to bring them closer to the other egg. And then they will be stuck there instead of getting in your way as you're trying to get the bonus. So in order for that to work, there needs to be another egg at about the same level. Well, at the same level, at the same height. And it should be closer. The trick to it that I'm going to create is you won't be able to see it very well. You won't be able to tell that this other egg is close by unless you're paying pretty close attention. Alright, tell you what, it's the middle of the night, I'm not getting too many chatters, no big deal with that at all, but I think I want to go continue working off stream with maybe some podcasts or something going in the background, And I will catch up with anyone who wants to chat or talk, whatever, tomorrow. I'll start Sunday morning working on stuff as usual. All right, so I'm going to keep working. Tomorrow I'm going to demo a completed level. This one I'm working on now. And I'm stopping the stream for now. If anyone's lurking, glad to have you lurking. Catch you later. Stopping the stream. Stopping the stream. Stopping the stream. Now.